Yeah, yesterday I stopped and then saw that I made a mistake. Well, a mistake. This is a bit arbitrary. I just changed the angle of the curve so that it ran more or less through P2. But the question was to get P2 on the curve for t equals 1. That's probably on the other side to begin with. So P1 is, well, generated, say, by t equals 0. And then if you increase t, you go this way. And if you... No, it's not true, actually, I think. If t equals s, you are in the vertex point here. And I think s is positive here, so... Or is it... I cannot even remember what it is. Oh, s is negative. Okay, so that is indeed a negative direction then. So this is t is 0, this is t is a minus 1.5 because it's equal to s here. That means that t is plus 1 is somewhere here. And not there, yeah, so that's bullshit. And that's why I couldn't find anything reasonable to explain the angle with in combination with the formulas that I found, because the formulas were for P2 equals the point at t is 1 and not whatever this is. Even though I found that the angle here, this is alpha, this is theta, this is theta minus alpha, so this must be alpha. Yeah, one more thing. Oh. Yeah, yesterday I added this. Lo and behold, the distance between P1 and P2 is of course the square root between the square root of the sum of the differences of x and y squared, which I wrote down here. So that this squared plus that squared, and that's going to be v squared, and then the square root is again v, because v is already a square root. It's not minus v. So now we know what v is. This v is simply the distance between P1 and P2. I'm very much going to bet that you can like literally draw the w and 2s minus 1 in the picture, and then see the alpha and everything. It must be easy. But yeah, still need that picture. So I think I need to make s positive in order to get them on opposite sides at the very least. And let's make it, of course, s is 1 is also a special value. I have the feeling that if s is 1, then both points are going to be symmetrical on each side. It's not big s is 1. Let's pick s is plus 1.5. W and W to be something else, and not 1 either, so let's say 2. But if I pick these two like that, then the distance between P1 and P2 must be equal to the square root of W squared plus, what was it, 2s minus 1 squared. So that would mean that distance P1, P2, that must be equal to the square root of W squared plus 2s minus 1 squared. So let's draw a circle. Going to draw a circle around P1 with that radius, and then we can see where we'll need P2 to be. Instead of drawing P2. Going to call it V. Otherwise, V has now been promoted to the distance between P1 and P2. Circle plot. Add circle. Just pause a point, I guess. With the radius and a line style or a circle style. Some style. I guess it must be a circle style, right? But I'm not sure if that is any different from a line style. Gonna try line style. I'll have to add circle. Maybe it should allow Pac-Mans as well. Arcs. Don't see a need for that yet. Yeah, maybe later. Couldn't stick to just a circle. Hell, actually it's an ellipse. Circle is a special case of an arc and a part of an ellipse. Maybe I should just implement a circle based on an arc. I want to have a circle, right? Just draw a circle. Period. But does a circle must a circle be a circle on my screen or on the coordinate system? I guess coordinate system. Yeah. So it becomes an ellipse anyway then. Okay, I'm gonna need a draw circle class, and then we have circles. Circles dot in place back, make unique, draw circle. Yeah, I guess this circle has the same things. Well, I don't know, something. And then draw thing that we just added. Here we are passing. Just passing the line style. And then I guess just X, Y, and radius. There must also the radius must be converted or not. Really converting stuff to pixels is kind of super annoying. The radius So yeah, I have to pass 2 radius. Because now it suddenly becomes an ellipse, possibly. Just 1 radius won't do. I don't know, maybe just convert. Just use the only functions that we have. And then use both of them. Oh, right, yeah. Just a line. I might want to fill the circle and God knows all what. Could use shape style, but... So line color, fill color, line width. The shape is known at corners. Yeah, also not interesting. I'm gonna call this... circle style. Boo. And let's have a default line color though. I don't know. Yeah, shape. Shape is a circle. I think I'm gonna pass this for the circle. We just always have the middle point in the offset corner. Center circle is at the corner. And that's it. That is, I still have to fix this one, but I'm gonna assume this is always true then. I might as well add that as well. Man, I'm just copying code. Hey, Oppie Manu. So basically the exact same code that I already had. Except now I'm just doing a circle instead of all the other shapes. It just is a shape. Code already exists. Super annoying, man. Maybe I should just derive it from shape. Create a shape style from the circle style. And the only thing then, so we force the shape to be an ellipse. And then it's not a circle but an ellipse. Yeah, because the rest is the same. Might as well reuse this code for any polygon, and then just pass the path construction separately, maybe as a lambda or something. I think maybe the word polygon is not the right word. I don't know. Anyway, otherwise loads of code duplication, which I don't like. Anything that can be stroked and or filled, that would be nice. Although these things even have the cross, the plus and the star, they cannot be filled. But then the fill is just ignored. Definitely going to use the shape for now. So let's copy this. Shape style. Yeah. Trying to think of something object-oriented to combine the shapes and circles and maybe more. So a circle is the same. A circle style is the same as a shape style minus the shape, because the shape is then fixed. But I can't derive shape from circle. That's just not true. I mean, if the shape is a rectangle, then it's not a circle, so we cannot derive from it. But the other way is possible. I mean, a circle can be derived from a shape because it is a shape. It's just a shape that is a circle or an ellipse. Which then means that my circle is derived from something that has a shape style. And we just have to set it separately. And that then seems that I have to copy each element. So I could have a shape style like this and a circle style with just the same elements and then skipping that on. And then creating the shape style from my circle style by copying everything and filling the shape with ellipse. But that would still be co-duplication in the sense that I have two different structs with a lot of the same elements, and you don't want that. So then that means, or that makes it look like the shape style is actually derived from the circle style. What? So a circle is derived from shape, and shape style is derived from a circle style, and that's where I'm kind of stuck, because that doesn't feel right. Yeah, no, it is not right, because we do need a shape. We just have to set it to ellipse. So even my circle style has a shape. I just don't want people to touch it. So I could make a protected struct and then derive from that, and then give access for the shape and not give access for, in the case of the circle. And yeah, now it's just biting that it is a struct. If it was a class, then everything was private already, and I could just change the access by accessors and stuff like that. But yeah, we are using the styles to allow the user to configure it using designated initialization, which means that this thing cannot have a constructor at all. I think I'll just have to leave the duplication there, but then yeah, probably either that or Dream Warlord energy. It's just what else is there to know? What I just don't want to do anything else. I can't wait to continue coding again. I would like to have a circle style that does not have a shape, I think. So that if you try to set the shape, then it just won't compile. Makes sense. And theoretically, it is possible to derive it from shape style. But I don't think designated initialization works anymore in that case. It just doesn't. So, yeah, maybe I don't think the designated initialization stuff is compatible with object orientation. So it's just, we'll have a really duplicate here. You need a duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. And now I want to jump to my circle. That's here. So yeah, just use the same thing, but then without a shape. And it is called circle style. And I can even change the defaults then, of course. So let's say, I do want a default there. At corner is true. But I'll allow to change that if you really want. But okay, if we don't document it, you know, nobody knows that at corner even exists, and probably nobody will change it. So we have only these three, and then line width. Yeah, I think that in general you want a line width of 1 maybe for. If you draw something like a circle, I think these are good defaults. And I'm going to derive the circle from the shape. And then we have everything already in the shape. Including access to the style, which is not good, because that then suddenly gives me access to the shape style again. Damn. You can give cons access by making a copy again, but this one even gives write access. And if you want to allow that, to change the color and stuff like that. Then we have a problem. I mean, it's not a circle style, it's a shape style now. Yep, you want to sneakily have this derived anyway. So I could put the rectangle or the shape at the end, and then pretend that we have it derived from circle style. I'm not 100% sure that is legal code actually. Probably would have to say how to put this in memory. Will specify the memory layout, otherwise you're not 100% sure. Yeah, I think the C++ committee failed big time here again. What you really want to do is just derive here from the circle style, and then leave these 4 out, and then still be able to use designated initialization. But now they don't allow that, so now we are stuck with this kind of shit. Okay, I'm going to just hack it. I think in general, in practice it works anyway, so we're going to do a reinterpret cast. I'm going to call these things. Yeah, so if you would have derived this from circle style, then these things, that the memory layout would still be the same, but then these 4 would be part of the base class. But then you can't do dot fill color equals color red anymore, or whatever you want to change. I want to try to keep that, so let's do it like this then. So now I can here do a reinterpret cast. So don't try this at home, cast. This degrades my code instantly from. You can use this in the space shuttle to don't use this in the space shuttle. If you get my drift. You can do the same thing, because if the first one works, then it's gonna work here as well. No need to copy it. But read that memory, okay? Oh, okay. So now we are here, and I already have that as well. Although it's already overwritten and everything, it just should work. This is where we get the win, because I don't need to implement this anymore. It's just the same thing as shape, as long as I make sure that the shape is set to ellipse. This. So we have to make sure that that is the case, and then we're good. Ellipse. Right, so upon construction, I'm constructing the shape from the same arguments, geometry, and the style, like that. But yeah, we can't pass the circle style again. We have to pass a shape style. So I don't have that, so they have to make a shape style here. Can't cast it because this shape style is larger than the circle style. So they just have to construct it. And then I'll have to copy it. Gonna be a long thing. Dot line color is the first one, and then style dot fill color, style dot line width, style dot at corner, and finally ellipse. It's always an ellipse. An ellipse is defined in namespace draw, and that's where we are. So that should work. Except that I made it. Oh, I did not make it an enum class. No. Not yet. Okay, so this is kind of working then now. But now we have to pass a rectangle for the circle. Well, I can do that. Undo. Redo. Okay. Write it. Where did I use my circle? In the bottom of plot. Circle and place back. Construct a circle from. And now we need to pass a rectangle. I had no internet for a moment, I think. Strange. I think the internet gods don't like me. They cut my stream off. But we're back, right? Are we back? Add circle. I do want to be able to pass a line style because it feels correct. I think line style is also a subset of the circle style. You can't fill a line, but you can not fill a circle. Sorry, you can just not fill a circle. I mean, it's kind of the same as a line. Yeah. So how am I going to do that? Switch here, circle style. This is a circle style. Oh, what am I doing? Just copy it already anyway. IYP. And then I'm sitting in the bloody dark again here. I don't see anything. Circle style, line style, circle style. And then if you call it the line style, then we just call the previous one. A layer, comma, center, comma, radius, comma, and now we have to create a circle style. And the circle style was, well, that is where we quit because you have to run make ctags. Hey, Mr. Einstein is back. Is coding more fun than other stuff you do, or just a habit? What other stuff? Yeah, it's the most fun of anything I do. Absolutely. But I'm not doing that much. Excuse me. Yeah. I'm not like most people, you know. You just pick someone random on the street. They don't even know the mathematics that I know. I mean, not even close. I was complaining yesterday. I had a visitor, and I was complaining that I felt so stupid because the other day, and you have been there, I couldn't calculate for my head, or I got confused about this W divided by W to the power minus 4/3 or something like that. And suddenly I didn't know anymore if I had to add or divide or subtract the powers. And that it's just stupid. It's really a brain fart. How do you know? Upcoming senility. But of course, that person then felt kind of what is the word? Insulted, because they had no clue whatsoever anyway. I mean, the reaction was something like, well, normal people don't know that anyway. And it was not about that what normal people know. It's about that suddenly I couldn't remember that anymore. Well, the other example, I feel stupid that I mean, I know that if you draw 3 points on a piece of paper, then you can draw a parabola through it. Yeah, the parabola is exactly defined by 3 points. But if I allow the parabola to be rotated, then answer that question. Well, obviously, you can draw a rotated parabola through 3 points in any way you want. You just rotate paper and draw that parabola that we just talked about. So under any angle, you can draw a parabola. So the rotation is completely free with 3 points. And then you say, okay, now we add the 4th point. And now what? Can you draw a rotated parabola through any 4 points, exactly determined? Or can you draw multiple through it? Or is it possible to draw 4 points on a piece of paper and not be able to draw any parabola through it, rotated or not? And I think that it should be easy. I should just instantly understand what's going on. And I think by now, days and days and days later, about thinking about it, I kind of have the feeling that the answer is it might be impossible to draw that. So this indeed, you can draw an infinite number of rotated parabola through 3 points, but if you draw 4 points, then it might not be possible at all. That's, I think, the correct thing. And if it is possible, then you can, and then I still don't know the answer. I think maybe it's exactly fixed. So let's say you draw 4 points, and it's a given that there is a parabola through it, a rotated parabola through it. Then how many? How many can you draw? Always just exactly one, or are there cases where you can draw maybe more than one? I don't know. Maybe special cases where you can draw 2. So in general, I would say just one, but yeah. Yeah, most definitely. So it's either a 0 or 1, I think, then. But okay, well, let's continue investigating it. Are you Saiful Jamil? I always called you Shai. You pronounce it as Saiful. If I pronounce it correctly now, Saiful. Yeah. Well, welcome back. You always thought, who is he talking to when I say, hi, Shy? And you were thinking, who's Shy? I'm not shy. Saiful. I'm trying to remember it. It's kind of in your name. I just have to ignore the H and the F. No, the H. I just have to ignore the H twice. Saiful. Ah, okay. I can remember that. Remember to ignore the H. I had a fight with my physician, the doctor. Well, fight. I used to be, I used to be an annoying guy. And, well, when I was a teenager, so that's a long time ago, because then I could not understand it, or accept it even, if people forget stuff. I was like, dude, are you this stupid? We talked about it last week. But over time, I learned for a start that it was possible to forget things. and then I became more, what is the word, lenient or something? Yeah, now I don't have any memory at all, actually. I keep forgetting stuff. It's not like I use the word lenient every day, but anyway, at some point I didn't get mad at people anymore. Got more patient. But then when you meet someone who is supposed to be smart and who is supposed to help you with your health, like my doctor, then the old me comes out again. Because, yeah, forgiving is a good word. So, as you all know, my health has been pretty bad for a few months. I keep coughing. My condition went down. That was worrying me. Like I was out of breath doing nothing. It's a bit better now. It's getting better, but for a while I couldn't do anything without being like that. So after a few months, even I waited a long time. I went to the doctor and I had my blood tested, and the blood was okay. And then he had my, I had to do a bicycle test, so condition test basically. And I was out of breath very quickly. I hardly pedaled around and I was already out of breath. And how did they write that down, those assholes? They wrote down, now I have to translate Dutch or English, and I'm not thinking about the Dutch word now. Something like an asymptomatic breathing pattern. But I was there, yeah, and I know what happened, and I just thought I was hyperventilating. So to translate that, I was sitting on the bike and I thought, well, he's clearly doing this, and our conclusion is he shouldn't do that. Well, that's what hyperventilating is basically. You're breathing harder than necessary. So I was pretty pissed off about that, and that showed. So I kind of had a run-in with whoever, if it was a doctor at all, doing that test. And then he didn't want to talk about anything. He just said, you have to talk to your physician. So I met my physician again, and I was pissed off again. And I said, well, this is just bullshit. I just couldn't get air. They didn't measure the oxygen I had in my blood. Nobody knows if it was hyperventilating or whatever. But okay, the word stands on the paper, you know, those doctors, they write it down, that was a dysfunctional, that's even worse, right? Dysfunctional breathing pattern. What a bullshit. But okay, I think, well, you can ignore that. They just didn't know, whatever. My conclusion is, my lungs got damaged, yeah, by a virus maybe. Nobody talks about that. You think they know what the word corona of COVID is at the doctor's office? No. As if it doesn't exist. If I mention it, he quickly looks out of the window and then forgets that I just mentioned it. Well, it's fine by me because I never took this whole COVID business very seriously, but it's kind of funny that in this day and age, if you complain about breathing problems, you know, I mean, like, it's not like literally a symptom they mention. If you're feeling, what is the word, burnout, what is burnout in English? No, not stuffy. Burnout is when you can't get air. So you feel like you can't get enough air in your lungs. What is stuffy? I never even a word. I mean, it makes me think about a teddy bear. Or I'll just ask ChatGPT. Short of breath, yeah. That's what I mean. So I think they like literally say if you are short of breath, then have yourself tested for COVID because you might have it. That's like literally they say. And then you go to the doctor these days, 2023, saying that I'm extremely short of breath. With suddenly the last few months, when I do anything, I just can't catch my breath, and they don't talk about COVID at all. They do one test after another, and it's like COVID doesn't exist. Nobody looks at it. This is really amazing to me. Even though I'm more like the conspiracy theory guy, where COVID is invented by the WEF to take over the world. So I'm definitely not COVID is so dangerous, this and that. But it's really weird that then, if you have something like it, and I believe that this might have been COVID, or still is, that it takes months, damages my lungs, and at the very least, it's not even investigated. It's not even talked about. So they sent me to a doctor to do a test on a bicycle. I can't get the pedals around without getting extremely out of breath. And then they write down a dysfunctional breathing pattern, as if it's my fault. And then I go to my physician again, and they say, yeah, well, that was bullshit. And he's sending me to another test my heart, a Doppler test, something. And it turns out to be, okay, my heart is good. And I get a lung function test. Now, this lung function test is just measuring the airflow. At the moment you breathe in deep and breathe out deep. And they measure that, so you get a nice graph on a computer screen, so you can see the volume against the time that you do breathe in and out. And then they give you something, an asthma medicine. I think asthma, that's also English. It's a disease that people can have that makes you short of breath as a result of the asthma illness, whatever it is. So they let you breathe in medicine for that particular disease, and then they measure it again. So if you can now breathe deeper, and which was not the case. I didn't feel anything because of as a result of the medicine. Conclusion, I don't have asthma. That's it. What wrote this doctor back? Well, some assistant did a measurement, but they then afterwards, when I'm gone, some lung doctor looked at it, and basically he didn't see anything, or there was no change. I could have come up with that conclusion that I did not have asthma. I even knew that before I went. I almost didn't go because I thought, well, what's going to come out of it is that I don't have asthma. So yeah, well. Anyway, my doctor calls me. It had to be a phone call. And he begins with, well, the blood test is all okay. Couldn't find anything. And the blah, 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 dysfunctional breathing pattern. So I interrupt him and say, do you have the right test results in front of you? Because the blood test is from a month ago, and this dysfunctional shit is from the bicycle test, which I also had. We are talking now about 2 different tests. Yes, I have the right test in front of me. And then, well, he came with the correct dates, but suddenly it was a heart Doppler thing, which was then that there is nothing. And then the long test from the 21st of December was, I can't remember it anymore, because I got too pissed off, I think, but it definitely contained the words dysfunctional breathing pattern again. I was there. The test that they did, I just described it. The only thing they tested is air volume as a function of time. For one breathe in or one breathe out, and that maybe 10 times. And then before and after that, this asthma matters. How on earth can you, it's a bit too loud, I think. How on earth can anyone conclude that I have a dysfunctional breathing pattern out of that measurement? It's just not possible. So it's 100% clear that this lung arts also was involved with his Christmas too much and didn't have any time, and he just, I didn't have asthma, and he had to come up with the reason that I had short of breath. So could it be COVID? Nah, dysfunctional breathing pattern, because my colleague that got into a fight with this guy, me, wrote that down. So I'm just gonna copy it, and this patient can go suck it up, something like that. It's ridiculous. They get a 1, and I really, really wish I could force them to give back the payment that I got. This is not doing research. This is not doing anything. They just let you do a standard test, and then they come with a stupid conclusion that even me, as a non-physician, non-doctor patient, can see is wrong. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then when I try to discuss this with my physician, he says that he doesn't have time because there's other patients in the waiting room, and he had to hang up and blah blah blah. Yep, my doctor is as stupid. I mean, he did begin reading the wrong stuff. He can't remember anything because I started to talk about something else and he misunderstood me. Yes, I was again referring to a conversation that I had with him 1.5 months ago. But, okay, he's seeing more patients than I see doctors, so I understand that his memory wouldn't be that good. But that's why I reminded him, I said, that date I was with you and we had this conversation and you said, and I just remind him about what he said. And then still he doesn't understand it. So I think my doctor is just stupid now. Yeah, the point is, I have a shifted day and night rhythm, and I can't fall asleep until say 6, 7 in the morning, and then I sleep in the morning. So if I go to my physician, I want it to be done in the afternoon. And last time I was seeing him, I brought it up, and then he said, because normally they don't do that. You can only make an appointment for it in the morning, or if they still have time and it is serious enough, the afternoon of the same day that you call. But then it must be serious. So if I want to make an appointment and I call and I get the assistant, she asks, "What do you have?" And if I'm saying, "Well, I'm running blue and rolling over the floor in pain," then she says, "Well, you can come tomorrow morning or the day after tomorrow in the morning." And then I say, "I can't. I'm sleeping in the morning." "Yeah, well, we can't make an appointment in the afternoon," which is bullshit, of course. We can't make an appointment, she says. Belittling of the patient. So I had told that to my doctor, and he said, "Okay, I'll make a note so that she will get a pop-up." So she asked me for my name and my birth date, and she types that in, and then she gets a pop-up with my information, and then it will say there that in my case it's okay to make an appointment in the afternoon. That's what he said. And then the next time I call the assistant, she did not get that pop-up. So I still managed to convince her to let her make an appointment in the afternoon, but it bothered me greatly. I don't want to have this fight every time. So today I brought it up with my physician again. He called me and he said, "Oh, by the way, then and then you said you would make a note so that your assistant would get a pop-up, and she doesn't." And he did not understand me. And I could not explain that to him because I didn't get that he did not understand me at first. He replied with something like, "Yeah, we try very hard to..." What is the word in English? I can't. Let's say satisfy, whatever. We try very hard to satisfy everyone, but that we can't always succeed in that, doing that, and it's just very busy right now, and blah 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 blah. And then he had no time and stuff like that. So later I thought, oh, he probably thought that what I said meant that I was mad or pissed off or whatever, or questioned that I had a phone appointment with him instead of that I could come and see him. Because also the assistant had told me that I could not come and see the doctor until the 8th of January, seriously. But that was not a point at all. The point was that a pop-up was not there. Yeah, anyway. And in the beginning he said, "Oh, yeah, we're just going to begin with, blood test and this and that. And if nothing come out of that, then we'll just have to look further. Like, no worries." And then nothing comes out of it, and there is no looking further. So did he just lie? I don't know what to do. I'm pretty sure that if in 8th January I managed to make an appointment again, past his assistant, and I see him and I remind him that he did say, and by then it's like 2.5 or 3 months ago, if he don't find something, then we will look further, that he's gonna be pissed off. Because this time, the last thing he said was that I also have problems with reflux, so my stomach doesn't really close well, and if I lay in bed, my stomach acid runs into the whatever the tube between your mouth and the stomach, and that's where I went to him 1.5 years ago, because I was worried about that fact. I said I don't want to have. Okay, what is? Yeah, I didn't know that. Esophagus. Esophagus. I don't want to have esophagus cancer. So I said I'm worried about the fact that I always get stomach acid. Feels all raw and stuff. It can't be good. So then he sent me to an investigation where they put a tube through your esophagus and into your stomach. And apparently they did see etching of the esophagus, indeed. So it was a bit damaged by acid. And that's why I got pills to suppress the acid a little bit. But that's not a problem. I want my stomach to digest my food. And now it's like, if you have that, there's a reflux a lot, so the acid comes up through the esophagus, then you can get coughing from that as well. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, it's probably is the case, but not what I have. I can feel that. I had pain across my whole chest. I've had a fever and real coughing stuff up from the deep of my lungs. I mean, I had a virus for 100% certainty. And I think it's maybe still a little bit lingering, or maybe it just damaged my lungs and it takes a long time to recover from it completely. But now suddenly the only thing he can come up with is that, it's not this, it's not your heart, it's not your lungs, it's not my lungs, my ass. They didn't measure anything, they didn't do anything, they just came up with some stupid conclusion about dysfunctional breathing pattern. Well, do you hear me breathing hard now? No, totally normal, the breathing pattern. Nah. So nonsense. Anyway, at the end of the conversation, he said that I had to think about if I wanted to do another, investigation with the stupid tube into your stomach. Well, I can tell you, it's a really, really nasty investigation. They put a tube like half an inch in your throat, and then all the time it's in there, you feel like gagging like horrible. It's like pure torture. I get the feeling that the reason he's saying that is just to keep me at bay. Like this guy is complaining about coughing all the time, but we can't find anything with the 3 standard tests. What, COVID? No, I never mentioned it. So he's out of breath, but I don't believe him. He's just breathing dysfunctional, and I'll keep him at bay by saying, well, if you want to move forward, then we'll have to stuck a tube in your throat again. Do you want that? Something like that. Okay. Back to C++, I guess. I'm gonna turn on the lights. This is the default exponent. Hey Owl. You just missed half an hour rant about my doctors. If there is anything you can learn from this, people, is that if you can't fix a compile error in under 1 second, then you're not a good coder. So I almost every time I hit the save button of my editor, I have a few pages of compile errors. That's normal. but then you must be able to fix them in instantly. And I can imagine that for the most people that just start to code in C++, that these errors look like Chinese. And sometimes they do. But yeah, after you solve the 1,000 compile errors, then you start to get the hang of it. For example, the way I read this is as follows. I scan for the line numbers, which is here. So I know that these are the line numbers, the rest is file name. And then you see the code here, which is underlined, where the problem is. And then I see, yeah, you just scan over it without really reading it. And then I see cast away qualifiers. So then I think, well, it's probably missing const. And by now I don't have to stare here anymore. I'm just double click here and paste it and go look at the code. And then you see that I'm casting it to a non-const and then passing it to a const. So probably that is the problem. And in fact, because of this rule, normally I save it and I go to the next error, but I'll explain it. The reason is that because of this const, the style here is const. So we go from a const style and we try to cast it to a non-const style. It's just not really the problem that this didn't match that. The problem was that this requires you to keep it const. You cannot just make it non-const. So yeah, the const was missing. And then I only fix the error at the top. I don't even look at the rest because, yeah, it's very often nonsensical. So it says there is no member named fill color. Well, and then I don't read anymore because I rather look here. Well, it does have a color, so we can jump to it. Maybe I should have read a little bit more because I definitely see a fill color here. Shape style has a fill color and circle style has a fill color, but yeah, line style doesn't have a fill color, of course. Okay, so adding a circle and using a line style means that you just don't want to fill it. So you use the default fill color of the circle, which is transparent. Just leave it the way it is, because the default is correct. Now, next error. Undeclared use of identifier line. That's just a missing underscore. Or is it? Yeah, that's what it was. Expected, okay, something with the parentheses. Unplace back, make unique. Oh, you're just missing thingy. No, it compiles. Totally an ellipse. That's kind of strange. This should not have been an ellipse. I mean, I set the ratio, keep ratio, so the horizontal distance of 2 equals the vertical distance of 2. The grid squares are square. And my intention was to draw a circle. So that definitely should look like a circle though. So I did it wrong. It is centered around P1 though, that's a good thing. But the radius, not so much. Yeah, right. I have to subtract the conversion of the origin. I can't remember the file. Plot. So I'm just doing convert the radius, but it's bullshit, because that gives me the coordinate. It gives me the pixel of the coordinate at radius. That's not what I want. I want the number of pixels. So we have to subtract the conversion of 0 to pixels. Same here. At least I think that we should do it. Oops. Or I can just look at convert itself. Maybe get something out of that. Yeah. I just want these two and not this one. So if I pass 0, we pass 0, then this is minus range. But oh, I don't get it. No, at least that became a circle. So I guess it's alright. In fact, the radius is now equal to the square root of 2. No. So this is 2 squared is 4, so the square root of 8 is 2 times the square root of 2. The radius. And I wanted it to be this. W is 2, so yeah, that is 2 times 2 plus 1.5 times 2 is 3 minus 1 is 2 is again 2 times 2. So that's 4 the square root of 8. Yep, that is correct. In that case, I'm going to assume that this circle is exactly what it needed to be, and then we want we need P2 to be either there or there. Still not even making the other side, which was what I wanted. Two. So since I wanted to have my P2 there, I would say I want to make this circle larger, but that's not possible because then I have to increase W, for example. And if I increase W, then the parabola becomes wider as well. For example, I don't have much room here, right? Let's put P1 here. 4 minus 4, even here. 2 minus 6, looks like a good point. So now if I make W, which is about this width here, smaller, then also the circle gets smaller. It might even be scaled such that it keeps cutting the parabola more or less at the same point here, which looks like S is a half, to be honest. Yeah, so let's make this 1, for example, smaller. It does get closer. If you'll make it even less, then I might actually cut it 2 times more. You make it less, you know. So if I make it larger, then we never reach the other side. Yeah. And I'm sticking with this is a fixed S value. And this is zero. This is t equals. Sorry, this is t equals 0. This is t equals s, and it looks like it is somewhere, you know, in between. So s is under 1.5. So this might be 1. Oh. Oh my god, okay. Anyone else who had to laugh or not? Because if you had to laugh, then you really follow what's going on. Yeah, that's really, really funny. I'll repeat it for you, dreaming, oh Lord. I was like looking at I was looking at this the place where the circle is cutting the parabola, and I was like, hey, that's in between P1 and V. And if I change the W value, it remains there, because I know that this is proportional. The radius is the square root of W squared plus 2s minus 1 squared. So if you make W larger, then the radius becomes larger. But W is also the width of the parabola. So if you make W larger, then the circle grows, but even the parabola gets wider as well. So it looks like the point where it cuts here is always the same point between P1 and V. So I was like, what could that be? And I thought, what it is. I mean, S is the shift of P1 over the curve, right? So if S equals 0, then P1 falls into the vertex. And if S equals, if S is negative, I think here, then P1 is shifted in this direction. So, no, it was, well, plus or minus, I don't know, plus or minus a minus sign, yeah? Anyway, so I was guessing what is this, and then I was, well, this here t equals 0. That's like the definition of P1, and this we found out yesterday is at t equals s, or I changed s so that it is that the case. So I was like, okay, so t0 is here, and this is t is s. So what is this? Well, in this case I set s to 1.5. So if this is 0 and this is 1.5, what could that be? And then I thought, well, it could be 1. And then I had to laugh very hard. Because, well, I guess nobody followed it that much, but that's exactly what I'm trying to do, damn it. This circle was designed to cut the bloody parabola at s equals 1, or at t equals 1, I mean. So yes, this is exactly the point where t equals 1. Because I made it so. That's the whole point of the circle. So that's funny. It's like, it looks like it's cutting at t equals 1. Yeah, thank you very much. Success. Yeah. Yeah, we can pretty much say that this is success. So let's draw a new point here, which is P2. I wanted to be P2. I'm going to draw a new point here at t equals 1, and that is P2 per definition. And that then should be at that cross point. So we bring back P2. See how I can do that. These things. Can these are a function of these things, so this is a function of theta, obviously. So I can have to do it inside my for loop. Nah, okay, whatever. Yeah, but then I can't do the. Just have to bring everything inside a bloody for loop, which I'm not even looking over right now. So P2 must be xt, of course, of 1. T is 1. And this is yt 1. And then we want to draw that point. This. Great. So if I want them to be on opposite side of the vertex, and this is always at t equals 1, then I should put p on the other side of the vertex, which means that I should change the sign of s. So let's make s minus 1.5. Like it was before. And that brought P to also to the other side. What the heck? Is up P1 and P2 always going to be on the same side of the vertex? It doesn't seem to make much sense. So I really need a slider. I just want to scroll my mouse wheel now and then see everything be adjusted. That would be pretty cool. Going to need that anyway. Eventually, you know, it's 100% sure that I want to have that. I think I want to keep the theta constant, but vary s. Let's see how I can do that. This is S. That means that V changes. Might as well just redo everything. So you have I'll keep that in, I guess. Or it's my curve. It's too defined all the way up here. No. So I think I can start my event loop before we do this, but I have to run it in a different thread then. What is wisdom here? To start event loop, different thread, and then use the main thread to change the graph, or have the event loop return whenever I do something. Nah. It's an idea maybe, but the event loop is starting the event loop just opens a window even. It's really related to closing the window. I could just I think I should start another thread. Let's try that. I forgot the syntax. You ask ChatGPT. Yeah, you just pass it to the thread constructor, I guess. If you run this in another thread, you get standard thread event loop. So now we can move this up. I'm not sure this works actually. What? I don't know. Wow, it works. That's amazing. Oh, pretty cool. Okay, now I think I should be able to make a loop. Let's see. I want to keep parts of my plot though. It's more like could destroy the whole plot and then reconstruct it, but that's more work than just redrawing the curve, right? But then again, so we have my plot. If I do not destruct the plot, keep that. The points, yeah. I could destruct these points, I think, or not. No, it's nonsense. I already do that anyway, I think. Points are just points. So we fill the points, we fill a vector with I have to move everything that I don't want to destruct up, I think. So what do I not want to destruct? Curve line style. Don't want to destruct that. Why would I? Not a line style, also not. This plots a line between those points, or what is it? This is something completely different. Points 0, 1 and 2. I'm having Q, P0, P2. I think I'll just delete this. But you're not telling me that those points are what keeps it alive, right? No. It's the add point is what doing it. Everything is still there. Right, okay, this was changed as well. Also we have a rotation now. want to have less variables. I think I just called this a few times. I'm going to rename these things. P1 should be P0. P2 should be P1. Does this still compile? I think that I could do pretty much file wide replace P1, 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 P1. Pom 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 pom. Yeah, looks like definitely. And the P2 as well. There's no capital P's followed by digits that are not these points. Let's do that. Percentage substitute P1 with P0. And P2 with P1. And this one as well. So P1 with P subscript 0. What the hell do we get the subscript 0 from, if not from here? Right. So we have the point at T1, and then V is X, so we're LE, the distance between those 2 points. So let's rename V to P0, P1, I guess. It seems I'm not using V. To radius V, draw a circle around. Radius. Should be using it wherever I'm drawing or determining P1, which is here. Oh, yeah, not. Just magically the case. Interesting. So this is super non-trivial. Okay, so this is the definition of the curve, and now we start plotting. But yeah, I might as well do that immediately. So I want to change anything, I can start over from this point. Or from wherever, actually. I just start over from the top, doesn't matter. From this point even. Well, if you want to change that. Let's try that. Going to do a run of I is 0 to I is 10. And now we do everything, including adding it to the plot. Plot add, huh? Not sure I need this one, but okay. It's added big. I'm not interested anymore in the unrotated curve. Really, seriously not. And then let's change S. In this case, as function of I. Yeah, now it's just going to draw 10 curves, I think. Not delete them. And that's a bit messy, isn't it? Can't see anything anymore. So what I want is to stop drawing stuff at the end of the loop. So, yeah. For now we need a timer, I guess. This thread, sleep for... See if that compiles. It does, and then we just okay. Even like this, I already see what it is doing. But it would be very much more interesting to see while destroying the previous draws. What to do. So I did add stuff to my plot, and I want that to be destroyed again at the end. Yeah. Maybe I should manage my own lifetime, I am thinking, by returning something that is... that is doing the lifetime for me. Or I can just add a plot clear or something. Just erase everything that I added to the plot. Or something in between. I think I'm currently going from the remove points. Just remove all points. And remove all lines. Remove all circles. Don't even need a circle anymore. What other stuff do we have? Text. All text. And a curve here. Remove all curves. But I think the curve is just adding lines, isn't it, at the moment? Curves is doing lines, yeah, purely lines. It's a super inefficient curve. But I can't, since it just exists of a lot of lines, it's the same as remove curve is, well, remove lines is already removing curve. So let's implement these four. Probably make them inline. Yeah, let's make them inline. Points, lines, text and circles. Probably should texts. I mean, I'm having a remove texts with an S now. Texts, clear. Points, clear. Lines, clear, which takes a long time. Circles, dot clear. Oh no, it is not clearing everything. Duh. And then suddenly it is. What went wrong there? Yeah, junk here. What is causing that? It was messy enough to assume that it is an expose event problem again. But. I have the feeling I'm not locking a mutex somewhere. Well, I should. No. Going quickly test if it is expose event by looking at the other services, I think. Nope. The problem is that my second layer is one big miss. What is this? That's just the background layer, so that's not very interesting. The off-screen service. Oh, we're already done now. Let's try it again. I want to see the off-screen service. Second layer. Background layer. You see how slow that is? It's erasing one line at a time, which is very slow. And then this junk is just an update, I think, coming from here. So this junk must be gone. That's the real problem. It's not an expose event problem. Yeah, no. Strange. Where does this come from? Where does this come from? I haven't the faintest idea, you know that. Interesting, though, that the circles are dashed. What is that? And not only that, actually, it's not erased. Whatever. Is this my second layer? I guess it should be. Am I not erasing the second layer? No. Apparently not. Yeah. It looks like I'm erasing. So when I delete an object which is representing a draw, so a circle or a line or a point text, then I'm erasing the off-screen service because it's made empty. But the second layer service is not erased because everything is still there. That is strange. And then the second problem is that that junk should never have been drawn in the first place. Yep. So we do those clears. That means that these objects are destroyed. No, let's pick a line. Destruction of line, doing nothing. It's just a destruction of my class. Sorry, the base class, layer region. Which is defined there. Which is doing this. If we still have a layer, call remove this and then update. If you remember what remove is doing. The layer, we call remove layer region on the layer. Removes it from regions. This vector of pointers. Hmm. Not even sure what a CR is actually. Should be the layer service, but I saw that that did not get erased, so. Hmm. Let's see. If I just use red here. Hmm. Seems to be the redraw that fills this area. And I did not look at the off-screen window. Let's do that. Window, second layer, background layer. This is still really strange. So now the second layer looks erased, but there is still junk outside of here. So cook, these lines are, especially this diagonal line here, so you look like huge. Let's not draw the diagonal lines. Just maybe tiny little bit clearer. Yeah, what is that? Is that a circle? This is like way bigger than the circle. Or is it, was it, or maybe the first circle was this big, yeah. So again, till there. Oh yeah, that's just the whole first circle. Let's not draw the circle then either. But yeah. No, the curve is not visible here in any way, so we can might as well suppress the curve to hunt for that junk first. It looks like it's just at the moment it draws this line, it also draws this line. So maybe it's just getting out of the area and then coming in here again. So I'm drawing outside my surface, which then causes me to come here. That's weird. Should I set a clip rectangle for the whole surface then? Nah, it's not possible. Service continues here, so it's not this line that continues, it's really nicely cut off. Who is drawing these lines, really? Now let's try to find that out in the debugger. What the hell? No, the second layer did not get updated. It stays white, while the rest is already filled in. Oh, what? Sorry, that's just the background, so that's correctly. Nice. I think I should draw this. I just have a point. I got this point at the moment I did add text. Well, it is this point. So there is still some kind of delay. Before you see something, which is not good, of course. So now I'm doing add points, and then I should see the text, right? Yeah, the only thing I get to see is the text now. Damn, man. I want to get immediate feedback. I think the reason is that I'm just not running my threads. Yeah, quit, yes. How do we do that? I thought I had it. .gtp init. Oh, that's not in here. I forgot. Oh yeah, I remember. I asked this before and it got it wrong. It's telling me to look at the thread ID and everything. This was not it. Still try it though, but nah, that was not it. Yes. So this is the surface of the second layer, which gets corrupted. I would like to move it a bit up, but how to do that, oh, I don't know. Next. Add point, boing, there's my point. And then we can go continue add text. Add another point. Add another text. Add a line. Add another line. Add another line. This thread sleep. Next. Remove points. Well, that wasn't really the problem, I think. Bang! It is. Oh, interesting. So the moment I remove the points, it already goes wrong. That's so strange. Do I get even more junk if I do remove text? Nope, just removes the text. Remove the lines. That removes the lines and the old junk stays. Move circles, we don't have circles. Okay, let's try that again. Now I can just go to the bottom. Break on 159. Second layer. Background off screen. Continue. Still have my breakpoint at 2. Yeah, okay. And sure I see the junk. This should be enough. So we do a step into remove points. Oh, that doesn't do much. It just clears one point at a time, I guess. Yeah, this is going to call a destructor. Let's just put a breakpoint and a destructor of the layer region. Hopefully worked. Can I do continue now? Yep. So now we are in the destructor of a point, which is called because that gets called and that gets called and that gets called and that gets called, and well, I'm glad I didn't step into this. 12 frames down, we actually are destroying a point. Which is derived from a layer region, so we're going to destroy this layer region, and we do have a layer. And I don't think this did much, so I can do just do next. It did do a lot though. Definitely did do a lot. Didn't draw anything, but it did draw something. Did redraw a text and 2 lines, which is because those overlapped. Gonna do next here. Yep, there it is. I think that these 2 redraws here are my ghost lines that did get drawn. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I think I get it. I think I get it. Okay, so we just erased this thing here, and because the small pink thingy is the area where the red cross was, or plus sign here, so that got erased. But then we have to redraw whatever we erased that was there, which is this line, and apparently the one of the P1. So the text. And in doing so, it did draw them here instead of there. And the reason is that the distance from there to there is equal to the distance from there to there. So what it did is a double translation. We have already a translation to be drawing here, and then when we draw the lines, it does the same translation again, but I already had that for this thing. So I can see that happen, I think, if I go into that redraw. At the very least, you can see the wrong point. I'm gonna rerun it. Continue. I'm gonna put this here. You know how it looks like. Continue. And then we did again a continue, right? Now I'm removing the point. And then it went wrong in this line. So let's step into that. Oh, it is really the erasing here. Yeah, no, this is I should not have skipped this. I thought that this line was just this line. So this line is not doing much. I can just do next. And now I'm saving CR, but the CR is, I think, already... Oh, damn it. Can't print that. But okay, we're saving it, and then we do a translation here. This translation must be wrong. I think this CR already has a translation. So now I'm doing translation on top of that. That is nonsense. Sorry, nonsense. This translation is required. This translation is for the erasing, and that's a pink thing, though that went correct. Let's see what the size is. Oh, that doesn't help much. I guess they are both 0. Yeah, that's a layer offset. The layer offset is 0. Second layer is just exactly overlapping with the window layer. Okay, no translate there. Now we set the operator must completely replace. Oh, it also didn't really work, by the way. Okay, now I'm using an alpha of 1, so just hard coded in the pink here. So that definitely erases. And then stroke extends. We get a stroke extends from the layer region. Okay, so that's the pink area then. Apparently a thing of 9 by 9 pixels at 305. It's 407, so I'm gonna assume that is 3 and 400 pixels. And then we do a set path. Yeah, that just sets a path, or does it? Step. Entering. Okay. Minus L plus. Okay. And now we do the fill. I hoped I would see that, but I don't. No, I still need to get an what is it? Expose event for the window. Even though it says second layer, it's still just a window. Set this back, and I think that this redraw is going to send my expose event for this window. So you see that it's not erased yet, it's still red. So the redraw is going to run over all regions. What is this? Is just redrawing everything that overlaps. Would have been nice to do an expose event maybe already before calling this. Not doing an expose event at all here. It's maybe only after we return. Yeah, I'm still inside remove. So the whole window does not get updated until we call this function. And I'm now still inside remove, which is going to draw my coastlines. I don't think we have any translation done yet. I don't think so. Oh, we did, but it was 0, 0, and that was for the layer. And now we're going to redraw the layer. I guess that is okay. To next. So text. I didn't see the text appear. Seems to be the text, isn't it? It's the text. The text is doing the translate and not saving or restoring the Cairo context. Or register or whatever the R stands for. So to test that, I suppose if I remove the text, the P1 text, then the line should not happen anymore. So the LV init is necessary. It should be done automatically at some point. Probably if it is run. What was it? No text. Guess that fixed it. Now it's still strange that if I don't have an alpha 1, that I don't see the erase. Huh? Because it should be the case. Is that one window? No. Yes. And this one here. See, it's not, seems not erased. Or no, maybe, yeah, maybe it's the copying. Now I think about it. I think it's a copying to the window thingy here of the second layer. So it's a debug problem then. Let me think. How do I find that back? Probably a Cairo paint. Debug window Cairo paint. It's on expose event. Main loop of a debug window. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's this one. There's something missing there then. Is X_source. This one. I have two places where I do that. Oh, I am doing it here. Aha. Okay. Well, now it's very black, but it is erased. It's erased to black. So apparently we get to see black instead of transparent, but okay, I'll live with that. There's nothing transparent about it. So we don't have a background, it's simply what it is. So now I remove my debugging. Then the junk is gone. Fixed. Yep, and then we can turn on everything else again. Add the text back and the lines and the circle and the curve, of course. Where's my curve? Oh, I did use this. It's not just a single line, yeah. That was commented out. Phew. That's pretty cool. That is pretty slow too, though, but that's because I'm still working on doing a curve. So we're just drawing lots of tiny little lines now, which makes it very slow. So let's do more of these. And then remove the sleep. Maybe make it sleep oh, tiny little short. Yeah, 10 milliseconds, I don't know. Something. Now, if we can get that without the flickering, then we have something. And now it flickers like the hell because it's just super slow in erasing stuff. So if we do not draw the parabola, then it should be smooth, because that should be the only thing that is a problem. Smooth, that is very fast. Oh, well, smooth enough. And very fast, yeah, too fast. Try that again. Nice. Seems to be hanging on the 10 milli, thing. Let me remove the whole sleep. See that how fast it is then. To be kind of immediate, I guess. I hope. Oh, that's not immediate. Yeah, well, maybe the expose events hang. Well, we do have a mutex, and it could hang on the expose event if that is limited to 60 per second. And otherwise we can just make it slow. I've been trying to block and mute and everything. Reddit, random thought and ask Reddit and stuff like that. It's only about stupid questions. But they keep pushing it to me, even till the point that I see it pop up here below where what you see. Or maybe not even. It's about here, so maybe you saw it. Unbelievable. Can't even mute. Doesn't even work. Trying to mute random thoughts. I want to stare at this for a while. It's kind of hard to understand what exactly is happening, I must say, without seeing the parabola. Yeah. So at t is 0, sorry, at s is 0, what we're changing is s. At s is 0, the vertex and p0 coincide. So, and otherwise, p0 is somewhere on the parabola. So in this view, you see v, the vertex, describe a parabola. So it goes through here, and then, so we have a parabola here that is described by v. While in reality, the parabola is the other way around. It's like this. So the vertex is here, and then we go through P. But by changing S, you just see the vertex itself describe a parabola. And then P1, yeah. P1 is at t is 1. So I guess that at the moment that P0 is at t is minus 1, then those two coincide. Click now. Yeah. Then this is at t is minus 1, and that one is at... no, wait a minute. I'm changing S. This is always at t is 0, and P1 is always at t is 1. So at the moment that P1 and V coincide, that means that P1, which is at t is 1, is in the vertex. So that means that S is 1. Yeah. S is 0, of course. If S is 0, the vertex is in P0, and if S is 1, then the vertex is in P1. So we go from negative to 0 to S is 1, and then larger. And that means that between now and now, the vertex is in between P0 and V. Sorry, between P0 and P1. Which therefore only happens exactly when S is between 0 and 1. So if we don't do hello snipe, but don't do this, and I just set S to something between 0 and 1, aka 0.5. Nah, not too beautiful. 0.75. Then, and I want to turn my curve on toward a curve, and then wait forever. Uh-oh, me and waiting forever. I'm not good at that. Standard cn.get. It compiles, and I guess it works. Yeah, okay. Lots of lines. But I believe it is indeed on the other side of the vertex now. You can definitely use blow up here. Let me set the range from 0 to 4 and from -4 to -8. The X range, that is a plot. Set this from 0 to 4 and this one from -8 to -4. Right? Well, thank you, Snipe. I think I saw you before here. Yeah, it's just a little bit of a mess because P0 and P1 are almost having the same Y coordinate. Don't like that much. Let's change the S to 0.25. Maybe that's better. Oh, much better. This we can work with. Although now the Y value between the vertex and P0 is still almost the same, but yeah. Excuse me, Mom. I don't want to make it a half. I think that if at the moment S is a half, then I think that that this angle goes to 0. I have the feeling. Then they are just on opposite sides of the parabola. Gonna try that anyway. Yep, as expected. So now these lines are the line between P0 and P1 coincides with the line perpendicular to the symmetry line here. So this is not helpful. Not to mention that the vertex is still almost having the same y coordinate as P0. But okay, we can get there by now going somewhere in the middle. Let's say 3. Totally in the middle. Nah, not really. But my subconscious said 3, so I follow that. Was not a good hint. I'm gonna try 3, 5 or 4. Okay, let's try 4. Maybe too much. Doable. Definitely not getting V very far away from the y coordinate of P0 in this picture. Might as well use the other one. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so really I should have started it from here. It doesn't want to quit anymore. Of course it doesn't. Okay, so I wanted to have a look at that file. So to recap, where do I start my recap? Here. So I wanted to have a point P2 at, no, the other way around. We have 2 points. I have a point, well now they are called P0 and P1. Oh damn it, now I have to change that. So something with a percentage maybe. Oh, that's fast enough. Wait a minute, percentage. No. Oh no, my x's are still wrong. So you have to change P X1 to X0. 39 substitutions, really. I'm so glad I didn't do that by hand. And the other one was then 2, no, 1 is free. I can use that one. And then apparently we also have to do this for Y. And then this one. And then hope that everything is still correct. Okay, so what I wanted now was a points. Okay, we have a curve which passes to p0 when t is 0. Why? Because it is defined like that. This is something times t minus something times t squared, and here as well. So if t is 0, then all of this is not there, and therefore the curve is at that point. And now I wanted that I have another point, p1, with these coordinates, and I want that the curve goes through p1. So this is a curve that goes through that point p1 there, and not just go through it, but exactly at the moment that t, the parameter, is equal to 1. So we just fill in the t. Fill in t is 1 in this formula, and then we state that that must be equal to that. And then you get a relationship which is clearly purely depending on the difference between the two. So we can just subtract px0 from this side. Then you get difference between the x values of the 2 points is equal to that part where we just filled in t equals 1. And the same for the y. And then we said, quite randomly, I must admit, okay, I got it from ChatGPT at some point. Not as a result of showing this, but something else. And I remember that, so I thought, okay, yeah, if you have that, then you probably want to introduce another angle, alpha. So we start with setting some variable v equal to the square root of this one plus the square of that. Yep, so the 2s minus 1 squared, it's here, and the w squared is there, and we add that, and we take the square root. And then before you run away screaming because it is a square root, this is just Pythagoras, so this right there. We have a triangle, apparently. There's one side is w and one side is 2s minus 1, and then Pythagoras learns us that the length of hypotenuse, or what is it called? So the long side of that triangle is of course this squared plus that squared, and then the square root of that. A squared plus b squared is c squared. And after we made this nice easy picture, yes, we can also write it as this. Because if this is alpha, this angle here, I just call it alpha, bang, you see there, that's the introduction of alpha in the picture. It's not always, sometimes you just have to draw something. Then the sinus of alpha is this side divided by that side, yes. So can rearrange that by saying that this equals v times the sinus of alpha, so it's rather down. And w is then the cosine, of course. W is cosinus of alpha times v. You can just read that from the picture. And then we fill that in here. And then we just thus get that the difference of the x coordinates of these 2 points equal v times another cosine and sinus alpha. Put in here. And these things that are as a formula for, you can replace that with a single cosine of the difference between the angles. So at least it looks like it becomes simpler, right? So now the difference between the x coordinates is equal to v times the cosine of theta minus alpha. And the same for y. And then the magic starts, because lo and behold, the distance between p0 and p1, okay, the absolute value of the vector p1 minus p0, is the square root of the difference in x squared plus the difference in y squared. And if you fill that in, that is the square root of this squared plus this squared, and that's just v. Using the fact that the sine squared plus cosine squared of some angle is 1. So this v, what you just pull out of our nose, turns out to be the distance between the 2 points, P0 and P1. I think that's pretty amazing. So then we can turn it around and say that if P1 is part of the curve at t equals 1, then this must be satisfied. Otherwise, there's no way you can do that. This must be equal to that distance between those 2 points. So in my program, that's exactly what I did, except that I turned it around. Instead of changing W and S, I just generate my P1 from that. So we pick a W and an S, and then I know the distance between P0 and P1. And I don't know where P1 is. I don't, but I know the distance between the two from W and S. So I did draw this circle. That's the distance between P0 and P1. So P1 must be somewhere on this circle. And how did I manage to get there a red cross, which is now so crossed by other lines that it looks black, but it's a red cross here. And the text P1 also. Well, I simply calculated the coordinates of P1 by filling in t is 1. Didn't use any of this, I just filled in 1 here in my formula. I mean, I picked a W, I picked an S, I picked a theta, and now I picked a t, and then we can calculate the coordinates. And lo and behold, exactly where the circle crosses the parabola, that's that point. So that was a great success. But there is an alpha, and I want to see that alpha in my picture to understand what's going on. What the hell is alpha? Why the hell does this apply at all? Now, we know V is the distance between the 2 points, so I think if you look at this line here between P0 and P1, this line here is, the length of this line is V. And if we now also can find back alpha, then we might even be able to draw in where the W in the 2s minus 1 are, which is what I wanted to do. So where is alpha? Well, like I did that yesterday, actually. We know theta. Theta is the rotation of the whole parabola relative to the y-axis. So the symmetry line through the parabola here, through V and then like this, symmetry line, that is a rotated theta relative to the y-axis. So the angle between this line and this line, which is also equal to because this line here, this line is drawn through P1 and perpendicular to this line. Yep, so the rotation is also equal to this angle here. But, so if it was not rotated, then of course this line would be horizontal and the parabola would be like that. So this angle here is theta, the rotation of the parabola. And here we see what is theta minus 11 alpha. That is namely the y difference between the y coordinates divided by the difference of the x coordinates. And we have here this little rectangle. This is the difference of the y coordinates, and this is the difference of the x coordinate. And the that is the tangent, if I pronounce that correctly, of y divided by x is the tangent of this corner here. So this angle here is equal to theta minus alpha. And that is the same as this one. Yep, so it's a z here. These two lines are parallel. So this angle, I could have said this is the difference in the y values. So this angle here is theta minus alpha. And this angle is theta. So this angle is alpha. So now we have alpha here, and unlike yesterday, it is adjacent to something with the length v. So now we must be able to draw this triangle in the picture. We have a v, we have an alpha, and the v makes an angle alpha with w, and w is the width of the parabola, so that's indeed this line here. But we need something that makes an angle of 90 degrees with going back to that point, which is the other side, which is P0. So I need to draw a line through P0 that makes an angle of 90 degrees with this line. And then we have the triangle. This triangle. And for that triangle, it should hold that, I guess, one of these sides, this is W. And that's kind of strange though, because maybe it is actually, because I changed it. I started with a W that was defined as the amount you had to deviate over this line from the vertex in order to get one higher. So if I draw a line here and I go distance 1, which is now pretty big, here. Maybe I should draw a circle. No, I should draw a line here, and then also make a point that is 1 higher, and then draw a line that is perpendicular to the symmetry line again, and then that line is 2W. So this is W-ish, so by feeling, which means that we can project that somewhere here. Yeah, okay. That looks like correct. This is indeed W. It's a very, very unclear why, but I think this is literally the W as defined. And then this is apparently, this distance is 2s minus 1. And we have 1 here. Aha. So this is 2s, the distance between this line and wherever the width is really 2W. That is so awesome. I want to draw that in and then understand it, just because it's nice. Let me see, which line do I not need? Because I have a lot of lines. I think we don't need a horizontal line through P0, because I want to might as well work with this triangle here. Horizontal line through P0 can be removed. Let's start with that. And I should go eat dinner, by the way. I think I'm gonna stop for a moment. one of the best things of VI, that if you try to quit without saving, that it refuses. Would have to do everything again and again and again if that was not the case. No, okay, next is, of course, we don't need this line to be extended. I just want the line between P0 and P1. And in fact, I thought I already had that. So why don't I? Vertical line, circle. Draw a line through P0 and P1. Oh yeah, it is explicitly extended. None. But that's the default apparently. Gonna leave that out. I think it is the default. It should be the default. Yep. So this is the raw line. I do need this triangle because here is the alpha. Sorry, theta minus alpha. And we need this line because this is the theta then. So then this is alpha. I could put in theta here and alpha here. But that makes this theta plus alpha. That's not true. Sorry. So you know, kind of need an arc now. So we can draw a circle, but not a partial arc. And it would be nice to draw an arc from here to there, and then put the text with it. This is theta, or maybe we should put it here. That would be. That's this angle. That's not theta. Or is it? No, this is theta. You could put theta here and alpha here. And maybe give these lines a little bit different color too. Again, too many lines. Right, so let's shorten this line. I don't need this length here. I just wanted a little triangle, I think. So we're going to draw it from here till there, right? So that was P0, right? So from P0 to the same x coordinate, but then the y coordinate of P1, comma the line style, comma, and then what's it called? Line extent. Yeah. None. Oh, but it was automatic. Damn it. My defaults are too good. Still too many lines. Let's just shorten this one as well, I guess. So the horizontal line becomes also from that same point, but then to P1. Now, want a line through V that runs in that direction. So that's perpendicular to this line, but then now it must be through V instead of through P1. Yeah. Yeah, what does this become? Probably just cosine sine. Yep. And then we need a line from here to another line which is parallel to this line, which runs through, you gotta be kidding me, this point? That would be fun. Well, we'll see. The real definition was at a distance of 1 from V. So I know the angle, and I just want to translate it in that direction. Excusez-moi. Which is I don't know, I think I'm using this point here. So sine negative? No. Oh wait, I was talking about the normal. Yeah, and the other normal then was this one, was minus the sine. Comma, the y was positive, minus the sine. Okay, I'm gonna go over there then. And that would be in that direction. And that has a length of 1. So it's plot a line through, sorry, with the this normal. No. Yes. What the fuck? Yeah, this. I think that's what it is. So we draw the exact same line. Yes, of course, you draw the exact same line, but then shift it. And I think it's just the same thing here. Just add a normal. And that should cut the parabola at t is s, I think. So might want to add another point for that. So that would be xt at s and yt at s, I think. No. No, slightly surprised. So, first of all, I don't think this distance is 1. It's totally longer than 1. How did that happen? Oh, I added it to this point. I must add it to V. So draw a line perpendicular to the symmetry line of the parabola at a distance of 1 from V. Which means that we need to use Vx and Vy here. So now this distance should be 1 from here to there. For a second I thought it was touching my circle, but probably not. Yeah, and I thought it might go through this point, but it's apparently not true. But my point here, that this should be W. Oh, not S, W. Yeah, wait a minute. no, this was W. Hopefully. We have that at beats me. Because I don't really need any rotation to check that, right? Could just set theta to 0 and then we get things that we can work with, and then I can calculate it. I have to go eat. I'm gonna go eat, guys. Oh well, I'm not going to eat actually. I'm going to put a microwave dish in the microwave, so I'll be right back. And I'm going to eat after it's warmed up. Yeah, okay. I'm quitting anyway. I'll be back later, okay? Yeah, thank you for